Wonderful people. We're going to be doing a new stream here. Got a series of paintings that I've decided that I want to do, that I'm going to do, not just want to, but I'm going to do.
Okay, and I know you gotta go with those. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
And these are after an artist that I discovered today named Crispin van den Broeck. The mouse just flew out of the sky. Crispin van den Broeck, who's I think it's Flemish painter from like the 1800s. And I've decided that I'm going to do some paint overs of my paintings with his work. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to use his basic, his drawings, and then we're going to go in with, you know, a stylized thing. Or you never know, I might actually just stick with whatever he was drawing and stay with it. Who knows? I don't know exactly how or what specifically we're going to do it yet. It could change over the course of a day or a week. Just as my interests and tastes change, or whatever. So, here we go. Put this away.
I don't know if I could come down for a little while. Yeah, I could get there right away. Like in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, I'll leave right now. Okay, bye. Okay. Thank you for the Taco Bell.
You're welcome. And what are we going to use to paint over? We're going to paint over this baby. So let me get all this settled up here. Where can I put this? This is a painting I did yesterday. Yesterday, if you were here, I was pretty much just messing around, trying to find myself, trying to figure out a creative voice. And today, I have some ideas, so I know what to work with. I'm gonna open this. This is actually a painting I made a while ago, but this is not. I'm gonna paint over this. That's the goal with this piece, is painting over it. Why do I choose to paint over things? I don't know. It's just a choice. That's the direction. I'm gonna turn this horizontal.
That's what you're painting over?
Yeah. Painting over.
All right. Do what you do best.
Huh?
Do what you do best.
I actually really like this painting. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, why do you want to paint over it?
Huh? What'd you say?
Why would you want to paint over it?
I don't know.
I like it.
Something just tells me to paint over this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna paint over it.
Bye. Oh, these are ready to be unpacked. Right?
Let's get our paint supplies out right now. And this is going to be called, so I actually know what I'm going to paint this time. I love the idea of like painting over like an abstract piece with something less abstract. So let's start. Start with this brush. I just bought it the other day. It's a Da Vinci brush. the Da Vinci brushes. Let's lay down some good colors here. So I've got my blue, got my yellow. Gonna grab an ochre, yellow ochre. Is this yellow ochre right here? This is yellow ochre. Perfect. So grab a yellow ochre and lay that down as well. And gonna need a lot of white. So here's some tools that come in pretty handy. These are the, yo, what's up? Dukio 45, what's going on? So right now, about to start this new painting. We're painting over this piece right now. But here we go, trying to max out on my tubes. These little twist tubes are so important because if you don't use these twist tubes, you lose out on a lot of paint. As much as like anywhere between 10 to 50% of your paint won't come out unless you squeeze it. So it's like for every $10 basically you spend on paint, if you don't use a squeezer or a key to twist the tube, you basically lose out on basically waste like $2 to $5 for every $10 you spend on paint. It's pretty wild. It's a lot. It is a lot. Paint tubes and squeezers come in very handy. So we got a few colors here. We're gonna try to keep this palette pretty muted. We're not gonna do too much. So let's just go ahead and get a basic sketch going on. Let's see, what's a good color for this figure here? We're gonna go with, let's bring out this white, and then we're gonna bring in some ochre. I'm gonna mix it into this ochre here. My art is so cool, thanks. This is a piece that I'm actually painting over. And let's get the general idea of what we're looking for. Right here, pretty much right in the center. We're gonna have this figure here. We're gonna go start with, let's see, the rule of thirds. I think the hand should probably come around third of the way. I guess the hand is going to come out both thirds of the way. Pretty much both thirds of the way. And let me see. Okay, so just going to get started on this. Let's go. Let's see, looks like he's got some clothes on. I don't know exactly what those clothes are. The clothes? Does he have something on? Yeah, he's got something on. So we're gonna stick with that. And let's grab some super, actually, you know what? I should probably use two different brushes for this. we're going to use that brush, and we're going to use a different brush for a different color. So we can get two different types of colors here. And we're going to go, since we're going to go with this off red, let's see, red, just a hint of blue green. So let's grab some of this yellow here. We're going to grab a nice chunk of yellow. We're going to bring it into this section right next to our blue. We're going to grab some of this blue, and we're going to find a green. I'm going to grab some of our white to lighten this. We're going to mix this blue green into like a super light green here. And let me actually use a palette knife. Because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to mix it with a palette knife. That's what it's for. I usually don't like mix my colors with a palette knife. And here we go. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're all fantastic. I haven't done any paintings like this in a while, so this will be a fun little project that'll last me a couple of days. Let's go with a dark blue. I'm gonna add some more blue to this. We're just gonna sketch this down here. So we're gonna go looks almost as good as something your 5-year-old nephew did at school last week. Amazing. Love it. Thank you. It's great. You have a talented 5-year-old. At least the 5-year-old has some talent. Isn't that amazing? To have a talented 5-year-old. But it's not even your child. It's your brothers, sisters. I'll have to let them know that you believe that their nephew is talented. Your brother or sister would be very happy. Here we go. So we're gonna go like this, etc., etc. Actually, let's darken some of these shadows here. Let's already start to darken some of these shadows. You know, there's something about 5-year-olds are like geniuses. 5-year-olds, every 5-year-old is a genius. It's the non-genius family members that ruin their genius. It's the non-genius parents that ruin the genius of a 5-year-old. Right, so we're gonna go like this, and let's go around. Start to build up some color here. Let me see how we're gonna do this. We're gonna go grab some white over here. Add some highlights to the top of this. Dr. Snorkel is in the house. The snorkeler has arrived, everybody. Here we go, Doc Snorkeler, who has a genius 5-year-old for a nephew. All right, I'm gonna go sketch this out. Got the shoulder here, got the neck. And right about there. Excuse me. You know what's interesting about this painting that I'm working on is it was originally, you know, the old style was that they would really sketch out every little bit in detail before they would move into more subtle things. And here I am just going straight into it. We're just going to go straight into the detail here and just build this up bit by bit, piece by piece. Scout, my boy. Let's try to find some white to sketch in this next part here, and we're gonna go almost to the edge of the hand here. It's gonna go like this. I like how Dr. Snorkel came in just to say that one thing and then bailed. I wonder how long they actually waited to like see if I would respond or see how I would respond. All right, let's go like this. So we got another arm over here. The arm's gonna come out like this. Let's try to find a darker green for this piece. Let's grab this color. Some people don't understand art. What's up, Ross? How you doing? Yeah, some people just don't understand. They just don't get it. But it's all good, you know? I mean, it's the that yin and the yang, you know, the mix between the get it's and the don't get it's that really creates the really makes art so interesting, right? That's what I would say. Let's see, we're gonna go like this. Got this new project here. Ear is gonna come right around here. And let's go down the forehead. It's all good. And here we go. Okay, so we've got this color. We've got the basic buildup of the form and shape. And let's go darker with this color. So we're going to go grab our dark blue, go into our gray, this bit of gray that we have. And we're going to get our shadows in here. And what do we got? What do we got? We're going to keep going, this going around. We're going to see. Watching from Canada, you def don't get it, but kudos for doing what I love. Your daughter's watching too. Wow. That's, well, thanks for sharing this with your daughter. So this is just a painting that I did. Yeah, let me share a little bit about what, you know, this painting is. So this painting is actually painted over something else. I don't even remember what it was, but I did a painting underneath. You could see there's a painting underneath. I didn't really like it, so I decided to paint over with this, and I made this figure. And some of the things that I do is I include, like, you know, thank yous for people that are watching. So TYC, I don't remember exactly who that's for. But you know, it's like a thank you. And you know, this is just me. This underpainting here, this painting underneath that's already dry is just me messing around. You know, it's just me. You don't need, I mean, like, I don't even get it, you know, except for the fact that I was just painting it. It's just something that I was just messing around with. And now I am painting on top of it with something else. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily have any specific meaning to these things. You know, these are just, they're just paintings. I have no mythical allegory or anything like that. I will say that this painting that I'm doing on top of it, though, this painting that I'm doing right now on top of it is based on a story. It's called The Creation of Light. And it's based on a sketch done by an artist named Crispin van den Broeck. And that's what we're working on right now, is this mythology here. Actually, you know what? Mythology is the wrong word. It's actually, so I don't want this to make anyone feel uncomfortable, but you know, the painting that I'm doing right now is a religious painting. I don't usually do religious paintings, but I saw this sketch, this drawing, and I was like, oh, it's a really great drawing. And this artist from the 1500s did all of these drawings. He has a series: The Creation of Light, The Creation of Eve, The Creation of Adam, etc., etc. So, you know, I don't want to offend anybody who may not share these views or whatever, but, and I accidentally called it mythology. But anyway, the whole idea is I'm taking these drawings that he made and making sketches out of them. That's it. So that's what we're painting on top here. And yes, not mythologies. Not mythologies. So here we go. We go down with the feet here. But they're highly detailed detailed drawings. So I feel like I can actually make something of the drawings here. Beautiful artwork. Thank you. I mean, you just don't understand art. You like it, but you can't only understand nature photography. Your mind works in realistic ways. Recognize the creativity in art of all kinds, but you couldn't make it yourself. Interesting take. You know, definitely, you know what I find more in art? It's like, have you ever looked at a painting and you're like, I don't get it? That is, you know, sometimes that's the emotion that the artist wants to make. Like, you know, a movie with a bad ending, right? Like, there's a lot of movies that are criticized for bad endings. And sometimes the director just wanted to leave this ambiguous ending that just ultimately really upsets some of the that actually upsets some of the watchers, right? There's movies like that. Like I think the most recent example is the film the film same of that movie. Why am I blanking? Joker 2. The film Joker 2 is like that, right? Like the ending is very just like anticlimactic. I don't want to spoil it, but you know, there's a lot of criticisms about the ending. And you know, it upset a lot of people, that movie. And just thinking of that film, you know, there's so many there's so many paintings where it's just like sometimes the emotion that you get is your understanding of it. Sometimes you like it's easy when you can see people, right? Like when you see people in a painting or you see a classical painting that's done so finely well, and it's just so obvious. Like, you know, it's technical, so our mind understands it. It's like technical brilliance and all these other things. And then yeah, there's definitely work that just it's meant to elicit or trigger an emotion, and it does its job very finely at triggering this emotion. And it's easy to understand, like, you know, stuff that's like photography. It's literally, you know, what they took the picture of. Maybe there's some more symbolic meaning to it, whatever. But definitely with art, you know, sometimes it doesn't have to have like a meaning as much as it is what emotion does it elicit? What emotion does it make you feel? What is it? And sometimes that can't be done with a story, you know? Sometimes that can't be done by using the myth of Hercules and Medusa or whatever. Israel Scott, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Israel. But of course, you know, maybe who am I to explain art or my thoughts on it? Who am I? Who am I? That's a good question. Who are you? Who am I? who are we? We're gonna go grab some of this. We're gonna go right into here. That foot is so jacked up. It's all good. We will adjust and modify. Take care, Snee. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in while you did. All right, let's see. I'm gonna bring these fingers out a bit, create some separation in this hand, tighten this hand up. And here we go. So we're gonna go like this. Let's do the rest of the sketch right now. I'm gonna go with this green color. I'm gonna go with this green. Just gonna loosen up our paint a bit by adding some mineral spirit. We're just gonna loosen up the paint. We're gonna go and then we're gonna go like so. Here we go. You know what's funny is I wouldn't even call this totally abstract. It's unusual, but I wouldn't necessarily call it abstract. Excuse me. We're gonna go with some dark greens. Let's go with some greens into here. And let's go with some of these darker colors and get these little wisps of smoke coming around, little wisps of smoke, of darkness. I'm gonna go right into here. What color do I want to fill the background? Let's grab a lot of white. Take a lot of wispy white and just flood it into the background here. And let's bring about some golden yellows. Actually, you know what? What color is that? We're gonna bring our ochres around. Let's try to bring our ochre around. Let's see. We're gonna add some nice dark shadows. So with our dark shadows, we're gonna go with some. Let's bring in some black here. Uh-oh, my easel is broken apart. Literally broken apart. Let's see. All right, where's that paintbrush? We got our ivory black here. Those colors look great together. Thank you. Which colors? You mean the painting in the background that we're painting over, or do you mean just the painting, the overall painting? Because I am painting over this whole thing. Background. Yeah, I'm painting over. Jen, what's going on, Jen? How are you? Yeah, I like the colors. I just decided today that I needed a canvas to paint over, and so I decided to paint over this one. And you know what? No matter what, it's going to shine through. It's going to somehow pop through in its own personal way. Its own unique way. But you know what? I like the idea of like doing like a painting that is more figurative, that people might understand, on top of a painting that's like totally abstract. And I've painted over this painting at least twice already. This is the third painting that I've done on top of this painting. Who knows how it affects cracking? Like, I have a feeling that this painting over time is going to crack much easier because, you know, it's so many layers. And because I didn't plan exactly how the layers go, there's probably gonna be a lot of potential cracking. It's you, yeah. That's awesome. It is you. You are you, and I am me. So welcome, Jen Homeyer. So what's going on, Jen? It's been a while. I know. I feel like I haven't seen that name in a while. How are you? How are things going? I'm gonna bring this. Let's do this loose bit of white around here. Let's grab some of this blue here, and we're just gonna go into here. When I Tiger Morph asks, when I paint, do I expose the decaying truth of my soul or birth a grotesque new reality? That's not enough options. I feel like, you know, those are two very philosophical dichotomy points of view. And I'm totally making up some of these words right now, and I don't even know if they actually make sense. But you know, I don't think I'm not quite sure I do either. So I need like an option 3. I need option 3. What are my other options here? Other than decaying, grotesque truth or reality. You should be a curator. I think you have a career in curation, in writing up realities for artists. But I don't know. What do you think I do? What do you think I do? What do you feel I do? In your opinion. And any opinion is fine. You know, I might just leave this bottom part. Some interesting colors down there. But I can't really leave it because, sadly, the way I paint, usually what people do is that they sketch it out. You know, they spend tons and tons and tons of time on the sketch, and basically they paint in the sketch. But unfortunately, as you can see with this foot, I've done this thing where the foot is already messy, and the way I paint is I know that I can fix this at some point. But sadly, if I want to leave this the way it is, I can't do that and leave the foot because I need to paint over the foot. So that's an unfortunate thing about the way I paint is if you don't plan it out, you don't get the opportunity to do stuff like leaving the bottom part. But who knows? I might actually leave it. I don't know yet. When there's a will, there's a way. And let's go. Let's bring out this white here. There's a will to do something. There's a way to do something. That is a quote from some famous person. I don't know where that came from. It might have even come from a movie. I wouldn't be surprised if it came from a movie. But let's see. We're going to go like this. Boom. This is the right leg, so it's going to come up like a line right there. That's good. Okay, this is good. We're in a good space right now. We're in a good place. Let's go a little bit darker with the shadows here. We're going to grab this blue, grab the shadow right here. We're just going to go into this. And here we go. So let's grab a big brush. Let's see, actually not too big of a brush. We're gonna go. Which size is this? Let's find. What brush should we use right now? I'm gonna use a fairly wide, medium wide filbert here. Ivory long filbert. And we're just gonna go into here. I'm gonna find some areas to add in our dark blacks. You know what? We can actually find some black into the figure here. Let's go right into here. Go right into the shadow. Don't be shy with our shadows here. Let's get really nice and dark with it. Let's go into here. Let's see how this can form. Go right into here. Let's go. Boom. Grab our blue here. We'll mix in the blue, like a pure black blue. And let's see how we can maneuver this color around. We're going to grab some of this blue, go into our black again. We're just going to go like this. Feel that I'm not just painting, I'm tearing apart reality's facade, exposing its festering core, and with every stroke crafting a grotesque, mesmerizing narrative of decay and beauty. My goodness, I like that. Let's roll with it. If you were to be the curator of my work when I can no longer communicate for whatever reason, my work, I would be okay with that. Let's bring in some more of this black along the side here. This is just a world that's just starting to, you know, this is when God basically created light. Not to get overly religious here, but that's what this painting is. It is based on a drawing by an artist named Crispin van den Broeck, and he did a series of drawings capturing like the first few I guess the Genesis. I don't know the exact parts of the Bible, but you know, the creation of Eve, creation of Adam, creation of light. And I feel like I have to be so careful with my words when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, even though for me this is just a just a painting, an exercise on studying the work of Crispin van den Broeck. I know that the connotations of this subject matter can have people in heated discussion. Maybe it's not even okay for me to say that. To me, this is, you know, just a painting study exercise. I don't know. But I find it as a beautiful a beautiful drawing. So I decided that I wanted to paint it. Don't fix the hands as a way of protest. What do you mean? Why would I fix the hands? The hands are perfect. These hands are perfect the way they are. What am I protesting? Not everything has to be a protest. I don't have a reason to protest anything. There's nothing that I feel the need to protest right now. My life is great. I'm painting right now. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. So here we go. Just going into this, and we're gonna go continue on with our darker colors here. It's amazing how black and blue can come together on a white painted canvas, and you could just see like how it creates like this effect here. It's actually pretty nice. I actually like the way it appears. I didn't know that I would like how black appears in the sky, but as a sky element, but it's really nice. I like it. Scout! Hey, what's up, dude? By the way, people, I talk to my cat in full sentences and phrases. That's my cat that I'm talking to, Scout. And we talk. He doesn't really talk much back. Occasionally he'll like make a sound, but yes, when I say Scout, that's my cat, and I'm talking to him in full sentences. So if you think that's weird, you know, I'm just letting you know ahead of time that things are going to get really weird, all right? Things will get very, very, very weird for you if you keep watching, because I definitely talk to my cats. Isn't that right, Scout? Don't we talk on a regular basis? Don't I share with you my life stories and wisdom, right? Pookie, you too. You know that, right? Yeah, okay. You're just gonna keep blinking? You're not gonna give me, you're not even gonna nod? Give me a head nod to show that we understand each other? You could at least validate what I'm saying, jeez. All right, let's do this. We've got some clouds here. Let's go with this ochre here. I'm gonna go with a blue ochre around the head here. I'm just gonna go. It's gonna be a good amount of darkness. There's gotta be a good amount of darkness around. Let's grab some of this earth here. This earthen color. Maybe make it darker in some spaces, like right here. We're gonna make it darker. I don't actually know if this is supposed to be planet Earth, because in the 1500s, did they actually know that? Oh, cool. There's like some sketches here that there's a Scorpio, Sarsovrid, Judgment, Scales of Judgment. Let's grab some more of this green here. We're going to go into the black. Mix some of this black, and we're going to go, excuse me. I gotta hold my brush further away from the tip, because otherwise it's gonna hurt my knuckles. Oh, this is a good time to fix Well, the leg's actually going to be, it's going to be a bright area around the foot, so I'm just going to go around with the dark space here. I am with the what? Like that she's not wearing yoga pants, tiger morph. Yes. I guess like, you know, this could be a good time to make God a woman. That's actually a good point. This is a good time to make God a woman. You know, all I would need to do is get rid of the beard and like just paint the more delicate face. And you know, I don't know if you mentioned that on purpose. This is actually supposed to be was originally a man. The sketch, and maybe I just drew it poorly. Maybe that's what your comment really is that I drew this man like a woman. But hey, you made me think of this other idea. Why don't I make God a woman? What would I have to do to make this figure look more feminine? Good question there. Good question for the sake of discussion. How would I make this painting more feminine? This figure. I think that'll really rile people up though. I don't know if I'm ready for that riling up yet. All right, let's go like this. Tighten up this foot right here. Round out this section of the foot right there. Let's shape this foot. Let's see what we can do about shaping the foot. I'm gonna grab some white. We're just gonna go right into here. Actually, this is pretty good right here. It's actually not too bad. try to find some of this ochre here. Find our color with the ochre. And you know what we could do? Let's bring in some of this this ochre into some of these areas. It's too white into here. So I'm just seeing too much white. So I just want to bring in some ochres, capture more like natural golden light here. Why is the sun yellow? Why is that yellow? If there were a woman, she'd definitely be wearing yoga pants. Oh, Tiger Morph. You and your quips and opinions. Wonderful. Isn't it nice to have a place on the internet where you can share an opinion without like even there's so many places that like if you share an opinion, like people get so upset. Especially like it's one hand like, you know, social whatever commentary, but like yeah, it's like it's just you can't share opinions on the internet anymore. That a bajillion people feeling the need to comment. All right, so we're gonna go like this. We're gonna capture this smoky white around head here. Right? Do a smokiness. I really love how this yellow is interacting with some of the other spaces here. go find this green blue. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna bring these wisps around. These golden wisps. It's actually, you know, I'm looking at this painting. I'm like, it actually feels like a pretty powerful painting. I am happy about my own work. Like, I like the effect that it is having on me visually, which is sometimes all that matters, is that visual impact that a painting has right from the get-go. And yes, it's supposed to have a face. All right, wow. I'm looking at this and I'm like, whoa, hey, it's actually pretty darn good. Is it okay to enjoy your own paintings? Sometimes I feel like it's not okay. Because then it's like, you know, you're getting too caught up in your own ego. But I am really enjoying what I've created here. All right, so here we go. We have reached the point where I need to start doing the finer details of these body parts here. So let me tighten that up. I'm going to grab a smaller brush. Actually, I need a drink of water. Religious painting, yes. How did you know? Here's a pro tip, and I'm saying this in a facetious way. I'm being serious, but it's also somewhat of a joke, but it's also not a joke. I don't know how to describe this, you know, dry humor. But if you ever want to know the type of art that sells, and that's not the reason why I'm painting this, I'm just sharing this. If you want to know art that sells, after researching through thousands and thousands of paintings and drawings, if you want to make art that sells, there's two topics to cover. Either religion or really powerful figures, which include kings, queens, royalty, bankers, merchants, lords, celebrities. And those two types of paintings have sold more than any other types of painting throughout all of history. And I can actually prove that. And yes, again, I am saying that in like a joking way, in the sense of, you know, art has come a long way where, you know, those aren't the only things to paint nowadays, right? There's so many other things. People love to buy butterfly stickers and you know, funny quote mugs and silkscreen prints of Marilyn Monroe and Campbell's tomato soup cans. But historically speaking, even in modern days, more people will buy a silkscreen reprint of Marilyn Monroe than pretty much any other painting out there. Isn't that wild? History doesn't change much. You know, I know getting into this talk of religion could be not very good because you know, it could be a sensitive subject for people, but it is interesting to think that even now today, with as many people who do not identify with a specific religion, that even today, you know, probably the most highest selling artworks are probably either still even religious paintings or what's it called, murals of famous people. How many murals of Kobe Bryant are there in Los Angeles? There are more murals of Kobe Bryant in Los Angeles than of Jesus. That's pretty interesting. Now I just came up with that. I just thought of that, and it's pretty interesting to me. But yes. Y'all have to see my cat. There's my cat right there. She's the best. What's up, Pookie? She talks. Right? Hmm? What's going on? You have a big yawn? Hmm? Your nap time? What are you thinking about? Hmm? What's on your mind? Tell me. You like this big hat, huh? Yes, she likes the hat. Okay, enough playing with kittens. Wow. I am really actually admiring my own work. Like, I know this isn't by any standard a super remarkable painting that will survive the ages, but I sure do like the energy. And you know what? I can't take the credit for this because again, this is based on a drawing by an artist named Van den Broeck. So an artist from the 1500s named Van den Broeck. And he did this series of sketches based on, I believe, I don't know exactly what parts of the Bible, but you know, the creation of Adam, the creation of Eve, and the creation of light is this one. Is that Moses on a mountaintop? No, this is this is God creating light by a sketch by Crispin Van den Broeck. But you know what? Every single image of Catholic or Christian God, you know what's interesting is it's based on some model. Someone had to model for these artists. I mean, obviously, you know, it's based on how. Oh, I don't like getting into these discussions because I feel like, you know, someone would be upset by it. But you know, just for the sake of discussion, for the sake of art and trying to understand art and how these images come about, you know, I feel like this image that I'm basing off of a drawing is probably based on some figure, some guy which, you know, I don't think Crispin van den Broeck actually saw this image of God. Maybe he did, I don't know. And then like just sat down and drew it. But I think he actually had a model that was standing there, and he was like, oh, this person could be made into God. That's my guess. And this is just, you know, totally artistic analysis. I'm not, you know, trying to say anything one way or I guess I am saying a lot of things, but how do you tackle these conversations? I don't know. Maybe you just don't talk about it at all. Maybe artists should just keep their mouths shut and never say anything. That's probably the best way. Honestly, I think the most successful artists in history have always kept a secret practice. You know, you don't know their deepest, darkest, or, you know, you don't know their opinions. They just paint. They just paint. They don't share their opinions. If Napoleon Bonaparte takes over the city, you know, you don't tell him that you were an artist for the person who he was fighting against, right? You don't tell Napoleon that, because then he'll put you in the gallows. You don't tell Alexander the Great that, you know, that you are not a fan of his method of rule. You know? All right, let's tighten up these arms here. How do I tighten up the arms? Let's see. I need. This is a small brush right now. So I was listening to this book, Of Light or something like that, Living Light, and it's art history book based on painters who actually lived to their old age. And it's an interesting book. First, it started with Titian. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Titian. And then it's Francisco de Goya is the second person that gets discussed. And I find it so interesting because that's exactly what they're talking. What I'm saying is pretty much what they comment on is how, you know, Goya painted for so many politicians, famous politicians historically. And, you know, he didn't keep like an account of like which politicians he supported or whatever. There's a mystery around his actual opinions around religion, or not religion, but his political opinion. And I definitely think, you know, back then it was probably pretty dangerous to share your opinions on politics and things, which I guess it still hasn't changed. It probably hasn't changed very much in most countries. Even, you know, sadly in America, even that hasn't changed. Like it's still somewhat dangerous to share your own opinions politically. But that said, I think it was even more dangerous back then, back in the day, back in the 1700s, 1500s, whatever time period that was. Those hands are totally butchered. When you hear the supposed attributes or definition of God, they always sound like so human-like. Many would say feelings are a bad medium to explain such abstract ideas, but it's closer than words. When you hear the supposed attributes or definition. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to discuss. So interesting take. That is an interesting take, that when you hear it, say feelings are a bad medium to explain an abstract idea. Very interesting. So yeah, so earlier, you know, I said that these paintings are based on the myth of, you know, this situation. And when I said that, I didn't mean like the whole thing is a myth, but more so like, you know, this is someone's interpretation of what happened. So like, you know, I don't. It's an interpretation of what happened. So can it really be the exact reality? I don't know. This sketch that I'm basing this painting off specifically, etc. His hands are huge. It's okay to give God huge hands. It is okay for God to have huge, huge hands. You know, it's really hard to find a drawing. So I actually looked through 1,087 sketches to pick until I picked this one to work on. Drawings from, you know, old artists who never really painted their drawing, and I went through 1,087 of them from the Getty Center website. They have this program where huge hands, small feet. Yes, huge hands, small feet. I mean, I could always make his feet bigger. Let's make his feet bigger. Let's give God massive, massive feet. Let's do it. Now that you've mentioned it. Let's give him some huge feet. By the way, in the painting, in the actual drawing, his feet are actually pretty small. So let me see. How can I can enlarge his feet? That's a little better, right? I'll probably just have to reduce the size of his hands a little bit. Definitely this hand needs to be a little smaller because this hand's the one that's like coming towards us. I think the feet are probably a good size at this point. But let's go. We got some shadow in the neck right here. And we're going to go. Just want to fill in that red. The painting looks cold. Is that you mean because of all the blue? Or you just, is that like a comment on something? Let's see, let's bring in some highlights onto this foot area. We're going to go right into here. I mean, the color temperature is cold. I think the feet actually look a normal size now. They might be a little bit big. It's just this hand that's really messing up everything. So let's grab some highlight colors here. We're going to go bring this foot just a little bit forward here. And we need to reduce the size of that hand, reduce the size of this hand. So it's not so, I mean, I don't want it to be too comical. That's the thing I don't want. Nice, just natural looking body part is enough for me. You know, I really like this halo effect that I got. I wasn't sure it would turn out good because I used black. So I've been using black to fill in some of the cloud spaces, some of the darker areas. Like a black and a ultramarine blue. It's actually turning out pretty good. Stub his toe. I mean, he is pretty much stubbing his toe on this giant planet here. I don't actually know if it's a planet or what. Because Alexa, when did they discover that the Earth is round?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, it is believed that Pythagoras discovered it was round in the 5th century B.C.
Okay, all right, cool. So by this time, by the 1500s, by this time in the 1500s, they already knew that the Earth was round. So this actually makes sense. You know, I wonder what this would look like. I guess if this was like the 500s, when they didn't know that the Earth was round, it would be much flatter. Everything would be much flatter. There would be no like shape to all of this. It wouldn't be as, it wouldn't look the way it does now. So anyway, let me reduce the size of this hand here. Let me see what I could do about the hands. Just this hand looks so comical compared to the rest. So I feel like I just gotta, like this hand should be, it's like comical, you know? I want to reduce the size of these hands just a little bit. No, I just have to like paint over them. I'll paint over them and then work my way back. So right here, we're gonna get a little wrist action right there. And let's see, we're gonna reduce the size of this hand like so. Let's go bring this in, bring down some of the shadows. And this area is definitely way too long. Let's go, we're gonna go, let's see, what's a good length right here? We're gonna go up. And as I start to carve around this hand, I can start to see what a good size is. So it's not too, I just don't want it to be comically big. Grab some more of this white here, and I'm using like, you know, little remnants of white that I have to paint around the hand. Maybe I'll use, let's see, green would neutralize yellow, so let me grab some of this green here, or neutralize the red. So I want to try to like neutralize some of the color around the red, gray it out so that it doesn't, you know, look too, it's okay if there's like a little halo, there happens to be like a little halo around his arm. That'd be kind of cool. How do I, his hand just looks like so chunky in that photo, in this section. This hand is pretty large, but it's because there's the finger that comes around like so. And then, you know, find our way, find our shapes. And now, you know what? Let's paint some of the finer details onto our outfit here. So I'm going to use some dark greens here, whatever this dark green color is. And let's just paint it on top, paint over it. Maybe add some light green. Let's see. Light green, white. You know, we can actually use our yellow here to brighten up this green. Use our yellow hue to brighten up some of this green here and capture like the billowingness of this. Let's try to reduce the darkness of this section. We want it to be some shadow, but we don't want it to be like overly shadowed. Let's see how we can navigate some of these highlights here. Get some highlights into here. Do I think people in Africa prefer a cool or warm god? You know, I'm not even gonna begin to try to answer that question because I've never stepped foot. I've never even been on an airplane that has passed over any country in Africa, I don't think. Because the only country outside of the US I've been to, Canada, the United Kingdom, which I think if you travel to United Kingdom, you do not go over through any country in Africa. And I think if you travel to China, you also don't go through any country in Africa. So I'm pretty sure I've never even nothing. So I have no clue. I mean, culturally speaking, I have no idea of the religious preferences of people living in any country in Africa. You know, except maybe Egyptian. I guess Egypt is part of Africa, and I don't know. They have the. Well, actually, you know what? What am I saying? All I know is ancient Egypt. The only thing I know about religion in Egypt is ancient Egypt. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question there. Don't have any thoughts. But I will say I like where this painting is going. Let me take a break here and start the next one. I'm gonna do maybe have two constantly flowing paintings of this style. Let me go with I'm gonna go with some white and bring in this pink. Get this pink over here. Let's try to establish these hands. So these hands, we're gonna go like this. I think what I have right now might be a good sized hand. And then let's see, we're gonna go still way too big here. And let's go around the front of the face. Try to capture some highlight around the nose. How do I do these hands? Let's see. Let me get an even smaller brush. I need an even smaller brush right now. Oh, you know what's awesome right now is it's a perfect opportunity to use this gift that I just bought myself. So I used some money that I got from my birthday and finally got a real maul stick for setting. So for using that I can like set up. I was previously using a yardstick, a steel yardstick. This is what I was using before, but this is kind of annoying because it's like it's flat and also blocks your view a lot. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna switch between the two, but I like the idea that this is just one round piece that's easy and not clunky to carry. A maul stick, M-A-H-L. That's what it's called. So. And what does that even mean? You said, do I think people in Africa prefer cool or warm God? Like, what does that even mean? A cool or a warm God? Is there... I didn't even realize there was cool versus warm. Didn't know that that was a thing. All right, we're going to grab some blues here. We're going to grab some blue with our red and try to create like a shadow purple, shadowy ochre color. We're going to go into the hands here. So let's see. The hand, go like this. All that Charles Baird training, and I still struggle on hands. Oh, that hand is still so big. Let's just paint over it, and then we're gonna start over another day. I'm not gonna finish these hands today. We're gonna go, let's take this. Let's just paint over it. Just gonna paint over these hands here for now. There we go. Let's grab some more of this white, and we're gonna go with some black. Let's just cut off the hands. Cut them off for now. Just not have them for now. It's probably the best way. And then when I can look at them with fresh eyes again, we'll have something to talk about. The coloration is going to be so hard to cover up. So there's definitely a discoloration this part of the hand. You could see like the red. And it's totally going to be noticeable that I painted over the hands. But hey, that's okay. That's okay. So let's see. Am I cool with this where it's at right now? Yeah, you know what? I like where this is at right now. And I think what I got to do is You know, the funny thing about fingers back in the day is they all ended like, they were all really pointy. Like they all ended up in like this little point, sharp point. We all know that's not how hands actually look. Do I want to give this hand one more shot before I do my next composition? Let's see. At least want to get the shape down. Let's do it. Let's give it another shot. Give it another go. If it doesn't work this time, then I'm going to have to do our next project, start our next piece. And yes, I have another piece in mind. Reduce the amount of paint that's on this brush. Let's see, we're going to go up. Now his hands are looking way too small. So I need to up the size just a little bit further. Let's see, how do we find the right length? How do we find the right length here? All right, let's see. We're gonna go bring this out a little bit. Oh, maybe that's why it looks so disproportionate, because the length of the arm, as defined by the sleeve, probably has some issues. So let's just bring this out just a little bit more. I think that's a little bit better. S Streams, what's up? You didn't miss the other stream. It's all good, Boanator. You're here now. You are here and now. You're in the here and now. So that's 1, 2 heads. That's 1. Yeah, this arm's way too short, I think. I think that's probably the problem I'm having. So let's push out this arm a bit. Uh-oh. Use the wrong brush. Need to increase the size of this arm. Let's just bring it out just a little bit further, this arm size. Now we can figure out this hand, navigate this hand posed gesture here. Hey!
Hey!
What's up?
What you doing? Still streaming?
Yep.
Okay, hi everybody. Hi, Pookie. Guys hungry? Did you eat? No? Didn't eat yet? Wait. Oh. Hi, Scout. Guys hungry? Fell asleep.
All right, I think that looks a little bit more accurate. So we're gonna stick with that. And then now we just gotta figure out this other hand here. And we're gonna go, it's gonna have a little bit more wrist, a little bit more wrist action. And then this, just a little bit, gonna come up. That's gonna end. Give it one more go here before I decide if I need to take a break on this hand. All right, Kat Omizu says hello. Huh? Yes, she says hello. All right, let's go like this. And let's go. You know what? We're gonna grab our next. We're gonna do our next composition here. Put this one on pause for a minute. And let me. You know what? My gloves. My gloves can pull up our next piece.
Oh, that's cool. Good God.
Yeah,
Nice.
sure is.
Wow.
Let's find our next drawing here. Gonna leave this for now. We're gonna be painting over this for multiple days. And let's see whether we want to do. This is a single figure. So I'm trying to decide, do I want to do creation of Adam, creation of Eve, creation of the animals, Eve tempting Adam, or the fall of man?
Wow, babe, that's ambitious.
What?
That's an ambitious lineup.
I know.
Cool.
Let's do creation of Adam. We'll do him first. Download image. For the record, people, these are all paintings or drawings that are in the public domain, courtesy of the Getty Center, that has allowed for these drawings to all be part of the public domain. Therefore, you know, I'm not quite using AI to do my compositions, but I am taking from another artist who has long since gone. He didn't really become much of a painter. He was very well known for drawing. So I have chosen to pick this artist for my compositional, for my pieces. So this next piece, we're gonna do the creation of Adam and the creation of Eve. And this is just the initial, like, you know, the initial layer. I'm not quite doing my typical, like, just do this very, very painterly style yet. I want to, therefore I can copy them. Yeah, in fact, I don't even need to copy them. I can just print them out, post them on a t-shirt, and say that, say what I want to say about it. So, anyway, yes. Michael Wilbur, welcome to the show. Michael Wilbur is a regular guest of the Huzzah Creative Show, who has artwork around the world in places like China and many gas station bathrooms around the country, and a very recognized artist. If you've ever been to a random bathroom behind a gas station, you might find some of his works. I don't know exactly what gas station stops or, you know, whatever, but he has said that that's where his works are, and we're just going to go with it. Why not? You know, if anybody wants to be famous, right now is your chance to be famous, because all you need to do is say in this live stream that you're famous, and I'm just going to run with it. I will promote you anytime I see you on my live stream. You just got to make up a story for yourself, and I will say it. So let's see. We're going to go images. If you've ever wanted to be recognized as a famous person, now is the time to do so. Now is the time to say that you're famous and just make up something that you want to be known for. And I will tell you that you're famous for those things. I will tell you the things that you want to hear. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it nice for someone to tell you things that you want to hear? Oh, this is creation of Eve. I want creation of Adam. No, this is the wrong one. This is not the one I want.
Remember? It's Adam first.
What?
Adam came first. You have to do surgery on him.
All right, the creation of Eve. Here we go.
Cheers.
You're not famous or even infamous. All right, well, maybe in another lifetime. All right, so let's find, what other canvas would I like to paint over right now? Gonna paint over a canvas. I don't know which one. What's the canvas I don't like? Like I really, not like I don't like, but it's the canvas that could use some updates. I need to just give away all my small canvases at this point.
Simba, come and eat too. Come on. There you go, guys.
All right, does anybody want to buy this painting before I paint over it? Last chance. If you don't call it now, we're gonna paint over it.
How much do you want for it?
Gonna give it on a huge discount, only $500.
I'll give you 5.
You give me $5? $500, last chance, people, before it becomes a paint over. And honestly, the paint over is probably gonna be worth more. But anyway, we'll put this away. I do like the color of this. I really do like the color. All right, last chance to get a piece of this painting before I paint over it. So these are people that are no longer around. You know, it's funny. I used to put people's names on my paintings, like, you know, just to put them on there. The King, David, LCKJ, and these people are no longer around. It's like a curse where as soon as I start to give people, you know, like give people credit for being in the live streams and thank, they disappear from my life. I actually like this painting though. I don't know if I necessarily want to get rid of it. Maybe I should keep it. No, I think I'm gonna keep this one. I like these pieces. What should I do? You know, I could just start a fresh painting. Fresh canvas. What shall I do? Fresh canvas or paint over? You know, I'm gonna keep this piece. I don't want to paint over it. So I lied. Not actually the last chance. I do have more panels, but I just love the idea of like, you know, painting over paintings that I don't like. But I happen to like this one. So I changed my mind. I do have more panels, you know, but they're not painted on yet. They are not, they don't have any paint on them, so there's no like undercolor yet. You know, one of the best things I ever learned from King of the Hill, the show King of the Hill, there's a scene where Hank Hill, I guess his daughter, is about to date some new guy, and he's a basketball or like a football player, and Hank Hill is like commenting on how he lifts with his legs and not his back, and that's like a sign of a man who knows what he's doing. Oh no! But you know, anybody else have cartoons that they like learned a lot from, life-wise? All right, what do I want the undercolor of this to be? Let's do a nice warm color. We're gonna paint this with a ton of yellow ochre here. I want to do a nice thin layer of yellow ochre. Let me find my little squirt bottle. This is my mineral spirit squirt bottle. Oh wait, it's probably right here. Alright, let me yeah, okay, here we go. What do I want to use? Let's see. We're gonna go. This is just brown, right? All right. Let's go with our burnt umber. I know burnt umber isn't the most popular color. We're gonna go with a burnt umber. Burnt umber. Excuse me. So, like after a few paintings, paint it with brown. Canvas with a thin layer of brown and create a landscape. We'll cover it with something. Yes, you know, good call. Good old burnt umber. We're going with the burnt umber with the yellow ochre. We're gonna mix that. And that's how we're gonna do our our design underneath. So here we go. Let's go. Let's grab. We're gonna go with this brush. Let's get our palette knife here. So many different colors. All right, gonna grab a palette knife here. Where do I want to mix this? Gotta get rid of this little chunk right here, whatever this chunky thing. Oh, I have this green still on my palette knife. Should I? That's gonna be part of it. All right, we're gonna go carve this burnt umber. Carve a little chunk of this burnt umber. Bring it into the center here. Carve a chunk of our ochre, and it's gonna have like a greenish tint to it. We're gonna add some green. These colors aren't really mixing together very well. The green does not want to mix into the burnt umber. I wonder if that's like a characteristic of the paint, or maybe I'm just not being harsh enough with the paint. I don't know. And we are going to put in some of our Gamblin solvent-free gel. 1:4 is the ratio. I don't really know the exact reason to use this. Like, if you were to ask an expert on how to use this, they would probably use it in a whole different way than I would. But from my understanding, it's just a solvent-free gel. Basically helps to loosen up your paint and improve the spreadability. Oh, it increases the gloss. Use in moderation with oil colors. Increases flow and transparency. So that's important, actually. You know what? I actually don't want too much transparency with this, but we're going to run with it. And we're just going to mix it in. Increases gloss, transparency, spreadability. The most important thing for me is the spreadability of it. But maybe that's why some of my paintings get so glossy, even though I don't really want it to. I'm going to squirt some of this mineral spirit into it. So I really just want this to be a very like thin, loose layer. Look at all the plastic that just fell off into my mineral spirit bottle. I need to get a new one soon. But there's one acrylic and the other one. Poos. Do a poos. So I'm doing another, basically the same artist that I was doing before, except this is called The Creation of Adam. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, that's what it is. What is poos? I don't even know what that means. I shouldn't say things if I don't know what it means, because it could get me in trouble one day, but like, if you want to troll me and you want me to say things that are bad, I'm telling people how to do this. Is write things in a different language, but a language that I can actually read. So like, I can read Russian, or I can read French. But I don't understand the words that I'm saying. So like, I know how to read the letters, right? And then what I do in my live stream, as you know, is I like to be nice and get everybody engaged. So usually if someone types something, I usually read it, even if it's in a different language. And that is probably not a good thing, because that can lead me, if I try to read Russian or French, to say something I don't wouldn't normally say if I caught it in English. So hopefully, you know, but I only share that because I try to, if I feel like if I share it, I become aware of it and I'm not going to make the mistake. But prior to me saying that, if you ever wanted to catch me off guard and get me to say something stupid like a prank call joke, get me to say something weird, that would have been a way, but it's not gonna work on me now. Haha. Like Mo from The Simpsons. He was an easy target. He was such an easy target.
Hello? Hello?
Huh?
I got a call for, I'm a jerk.
Mike Hunt. Mike Hunt Hurts. Mike Hunt. All right, I need to throw some mineral spirit onto this canvas so I can get it to do some more spready. Good old, give it a nice spready. A 4-inch brush. Dark brownish purple puce. A 4-inch brush. You know what, Michael? Sometimes I like to just enjoy this process of applying paint over a large area. Is that not okay? Makes you feel like Mark Rothko. It's not always about speed and efficiency. Sometimes it's just about the love of the process of this activity. It doesn't have to be about who can do it the fastest. Unless you're competing against an art farm, an artist farm in China or something. You know? We're not competing with anybody. We're just here to enjoy the painting process. Plus I need to get some exercise in my shoulders. You know what, as we do this, let's just change up our grip too. Grab a bit more of this. I'm gonna grab some more of this. Exercise is good for you. Let's get a nice wet brush here. There we go. There's a nice wet brush, a nice thin paint brush. Brush with really thin paint, a lot of mineral spirit on it. By the way, has everybody seen Omizu's childhood artwork? What a great thing to do is look up the artwork from your childhood. I don't think I have much artwork from my childhood. Because as a child, I didn't know I wanted to be an artist. I would actually draw on my shoes. Like the thing that I drew on the most was on my shoes, and my parents did not like that at all. So I got in trouble for that. And then, you know, when I drew in class, I would actually, as a child, I actually drew nudes, and I got in trouble for that. And when I actually drew at home, I would like draw my shoes. I wasn't much of a sketchbook sketcher. But I would sketch on my shoes, or I would like watch Bob Ross, and I would try to like copy Bob Ross, but I didn't have a paint set. I would try to copy him by drawing it what he did with a pencil, which is, if you've ever tried that before, it's not very effective. In fact, it's counter effective, you know, because trying to draw something that's actually painted, unless you're like doing a compositional study or something like that, is actually really difficult, because the way paint works is different than the way a pencil or pen might work. So here we go. All right. Well, we got our sketch here. This is it. This is our painting called After Mark Rothko. Work harder, not smarter. Go outside and paint. A liner brush to cover. A liner brush. Great for blending. Crisscrossing all the way. Cheap to buy. Yeah, let's do some crisscrosses here. All right, and you know what? We're going to play with the composition a little bit. Let's get our composition right now, as opposed to, you know, later. It's going to be a lion here. Let's try to figure out the background. Now, I will say that a lot of these drawings, the figures are like really high up in the composition. So this is going to actually cover more than half of the painting, which means it's going to cover pretty much like past here. Let's go like this. This is another religious painting. Oh no, this needs to come like this. His head's coming down like this. His arm's coming out like here. No, that needs to be about a head length, like right there. And then this guy's body will come like so. Torso. Let's see. Can anybody actually see what's happening there? No, not really. Can't really see anything that's happening. What's going on? There's nothing here. Nothing going on here. Can't really see much. So get this head. As long as I can see it, that's all that matters for now. So even though I can only barely see it, but we're going to get this figure here. Get the buttocks right there. So head, chest. Gotta probably make that head a bit smaller. His head's a little too big. Just thinking of proportions, Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci came up with the perfect human proportions that were used in so many religious paintings throughout history. Gonna come right under the head here. Oh, this is really cool. This is a really interesting interpretation, because this literally looks like Adam is being formed from the ground. This is actually really interesting. What a cool interpretation of the good old story of Adam. here we go. We have, of course, our figure here. Got a hand right here. Hand comes right below the head. Just sketching out the initial feeling of everything here. Got a lion right here. I don't know why there's a lion. Maybe before Adam there was tons of animals, I guess, right? Before Adam there were animals.
Noah's Ark, babe.
Huh?
Noah's Ark.
Is that before Adam and Eve?
No, that's after Adam.
Yeah. So this painting has a lion. So I'm saying before Adam and Eve, there must have been animals. Yeah, the flood came after. The flood was after, right?
If you had died, I would never have
All right, let's see. We're gonna go. Got a lion there. Got a goat behind our lion. Here's our goat. Sketch out the goat. Go like that. And then there's another animal right here to show in the background. And we're gonna have this angle right here. And there's a snake. Ooh, there's a snake. I'm gonna come up with a snake right here, always around. What is the symbolism of the snake in the Bible? Satan, right? Is that right?
He's dead.
What? And then this looks like a bunch of birds. So we're gonna have an animal here. Got an animal here that comes up. And then we got another little chicken right here, and a big cow coming off the screen. So he's gonna come like that. Now I feel like Picasso probably could have like just taken one of these sketches and did the exact same thing that I'm doing, which is copying it, except he came up with his own way and then just said that, you know, it's a totally new interpretation of anything. So let me see this, and then this guy, this figure right here, we're gonna go his head and shoulders coming down. So this is an animal right there. That's gonna be an animal. He's sitting in the background right there. So boom, 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 boom. Another figure right here. This is a king-like figure. And let's see, make sure that doesn't get into this cow's head, that animal. And then here we go. So we're gonna get this, I guess this is an elephant. Oh, it's an elephant. All right, so we've got an elephant right there. And then a couple little animals that I can't really figure out what they are. And we're gonna get, I can't even see what I'm doing now. What is this? What is this? This just looks like a jumbled mess, doesn't it? Adam making out with the lion. What is, oh yeah, what's going on? This is the problem with what I'm doing, is I can't even figure out what I'm doing. But the way I'm doing it, that's okay. It makes it more exciting this way, right? I could totally see this being a way of like painting and trying to come up with ideas. It actually looks pretty cool. I like this. I would almost be willing to like leave this and just paint over it and call it cubism. I could probably do that. One day I will redo all these projects in cubist form. One day. But for now, I want to do it and give it the idea it deserves. So we're going to have some. So now that we have that, we're going to clean off this brush. We're no longer using this brown here. Or, you know what? You never know. You never know what's going to happen. So let's go. Let's use a nice small brush. Got these greens. And let's just use this green, this bright green that we've got. And just start painting around our figure here. We're going to go symbolically. Do you think Adam was made out of the mud or the grass? If he's made out of mud, I need to make it brown. But if he's made out of grass, oh, you know what? I could just paint this entire thing. Add this green to this entire thing here. Find a bigger brush. Oh, this is a good big brush right here. All right, so we're gonna grab this brush. We're gonna add this green undertone into the majority of this painting, just so we have. Let's get more of this green here. A little more of this green. We'll start to pop. What are you talking about, subtractive method? See, you say these things like I know. Like I know what you're talking about. I need a definition of the subtractive method. Ah. Like I appreciate you for the fact that you think I know what that is. But I don't. So if you want to share some wisdom with me, I'm totally open to hearing it. You know, the other day I told Kat over here that I wanted to puke on a painting, which I still do as a performance piece. But I have a feeling that this piece is probably more interesting to her.
Yes.
I mean, I'm in the middle of painting right now. I can't like, you know, I could just take off my gloves and try to learn an entire style of painting from just Googling it. I could attempt to do that, but honestly, I mean, I'm also I think it's awesome that you think that I'm capable of just literally just pulling up Google and being able to learn how to do an entire style of subtractive painting and figure it out on my own, just on the spot. Like that's y'all really have a high appreciation for my abilities. I appreciate that. All right, what color do we want to give our figure here? Let's go with some dark shadows. I'm gonna grab some black and darken up some of these browns. And you know what? I think it's okay to give Adam this like earthy color because he is from the earth, right? As are we all. So here we go. It's not rocket science. You get brush fixated times, live using detail. It basically requires subtraction of the web paint. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay. So basically just scraping away on the light areas. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, you know, very, very classic style, right? Like this is what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Right. This is one of the ways. Oh yeah. Should have done that. Good idea, man. Subtractive. I totally was not using my creative vocabulary when you were saying that. Yeah, you're right. Could go do this. I didn't know there was a term for it. So now that I have that term, I thought it was just called like regular painting, you know? Like there's just a technique used in painting rather than the actual name of what happens. So this knee needs to come down right there. And there needs to be some outfit here. Erase away some of the face. And then get some of this lion erased. Let's get some of this. Yeah, so a little mixture of both is what you're saying, right? Little mixture of both here. Yep. The beginning of the painting is definitely a very exciting part of a painting. Oh yeah, I totally forget about this because, you know, usually when I paint, it's very, you know, I focus heavily on impasto. I depend on impasto and that to do my paintings. But you know, with a painting like this, with a composition like this, it is definitely helpful to have a method by which to work that allows me to better see some of the stuff that I'm doing. So this is great. Good reminder, man. Like, I don't usually paint like this, so it's just a great reminder of how the greats do it, right? All the greats throughout history have always painted like this. And let's see, let's clear away some of these areas so that we can reveal some of the composition around here. This will help to reveal some of the composition. My goodness. So great to be able to do live stream painting and have people remind you of things like this. Tell you, hey, this is one of the ways to do it. And actually, you know, it's nice to see how it's coming together. It is great. So let's get this little composition up here. Look at those golden areas. Yeah, no, that's great. I like it. I like the golden spaces.
Hey, how are you? Oh yeah, I'm good. Not too much. There's a fashion show on Saturday. Fashion Week? Yeah. Yeah, supposedly.
Try to find his feet
I'm
here.
not really sure. I just got an event right.
Try to find these feet. Feet are going to be right up against his, like right here.
I'm not 100% sure. Because... No, it's free. Yeah. What, do you want to go? Okay. Yeah, it's not better yet?
What is up with this section? I need to clear away this little head area. This looks like a cave painting. Careful when I use paper towels. You don't want accidental spontaneous combustion. Those golden areas, so beautiful golden areas. Wonderful, beautiful golden areas. So I use mineral spirits. I think mineral spirits are slightly less flammable than the other stuff.
No. Oh, really?
Let's start getting some of these animals here.
Yeah.
The animal right here, we're gonna get
Well, Burbank would be the best, but it could be anywhere. It depends on what it looks like, you know, if it's a good neighborhood. No, we can't afford that. Sorry. I wish. Like 25.
start to get the shape of things. So great. What a great idea. Brilliant. Have such smart artists in this live.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's go right here. We're gonna sketch out this face here, remove some of the color.
Aww.
See how we can do that. Get rid of it right here.
Sorry. I didn't know that.
Let's get this cow. This cow needs some more distinct chin.
Mhm.
Where's my turkey? It's supposed to be a turkey. I think this turkey's right here. Where's that turkey? Is this it? Where did I draw this dang turkey? Probably like right here. Let's go put the turkey right around here.
We still had time left. Do you know what happened?
Put that turkey right there. Another little chicken right here. Chicken. Fowl.
They probably had him tied up. And he was trying to get out of it. And he was scared.
This elephant right here. And there's one more animal that goes like right here. Let's see, where's the animal? I'm almost tempted to like just like
Yeah.
paint into these areas and call it cubism. Beaming up the cow. We could definitely play with some things. See, it actually looks pretty cool the way it is. I feel like I don't need to do anything else. Done. I'm a genius. I take all credit. None of this composition is all mine. The subtractive painting was all mine. I didn't get any ideas from Omizu or Michael Wilbur. This is all, I didn't steal from Crispin de Den Broeck, of the artist of the 1500s. I did not steal that. I didn't even come up with the whole concept of the creation of Adam. Or I mean, I did come up with that all by myself. Nobody else inspired me, nothing. This is just pure, this is just pure YouTube brilliance. Nobody
Emmett paints.
Nobody else contributed.
He does the live streaming. That's what he's doing right now. So, yeah. So
Isn't that right, Omizu?
he has to have,
All of these ideas are mine.
yeah.
The creation of media. All right, so let's go into here. We're going to use some of these shadows and we're going to start forming
Oh, well, no, we're not on a video.
forming some of the shadows into here.
Yeah, he's here. He's painting. Sabana says hi.
Oh, yeah, cool. Tell her I said hi.
He says hi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Going to darken some of the shadows.
He's streaming right now if you're on YouTube. You can see it.
Oh,
Did? Oh my goodness. Well, I've been going with Emmett up to LA Fitness. I have a membership there too. So he likes to go every morning. So I've been going with him every morning. It's a good motivation for me to get there. Yeah. I started back teaching last week. Yeah, I took some time off. And then, we'll go back on Monday. I don't know if the action's coming through like a...
yes. Nobody gets credit for any of this except me.
Oh, yeah, sometimes it's terrible. Yeah, 'cause the kids can get wild and crazy.
Everything is mine.
Sometimes it's very
I came up with the
nice.
idea of the creation of Adam. I came up with this composition all on my own. I didn't take it from the Getty Center website where they offer free public domain, used for any purpose, drawings and paintings that you can use because they're all in the public domain. I didn't take it from the Getty Center. I came up with the idea of subtractive painting. Not somebody from the 1200s, the 500 AD BC, not Omizu, me. I invented everything. I invented the wheel.
Okay, well, let's
I
think about it.
invented-
I'll talk to Emmett.
All right, totally kidding. That's enough of this nonsense.
I know, it'd be really nice.
If those of you just tuning in when I was saying that stuff,
Well, yeah, talk to your
I would
friends,
suggest
thanks for calling,
going back
and
maybe
I'll
like
talk
5
to them
minutes.
and talk about it. Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
Unless you like the idea of never give credit. Yes, that is the way. Never give credit. All right, let's see. We're going to find a nice dark shadow for this. And we're going to do whatever the shadow is in the background here. Finally, I'm learning the way to do things. Never give credit for anything. All right. This is going to be a dark green. Going to build up the green. And we are going to build up, let's build up some whites into the sky. I'm going to keep some of this. I'm going to build up some white into the sky. Just a little bit of white. Build the whites into here. And of course, try to keep it thin enough that, you know what, let's add a little bit of ochre into that. I don't like it to be too white. So we're going to build into this with our ochre here. Help us define our shape. Probably not the right brush for this. Let me see.
You gonna do that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's complicated.
This one, yeah.
Yeah. Very intricate details.
Yeah, builds up pretty easy. Creation is made by the hands. He who create awakens life and lives it. Okay. That's very powerful. Some very powerful words, Michael. I don't know how you came up with that, but you know, good job. Good quote there. Add a nice nice white cloudiness around here. And you know what? Let's add some red. I want to add little hints of red. Just a tiny hint of red. How do I get this red without making it overpowering? Let me get rid of my maul stick right here. It's so crazy to think that the colors that I want to use, reds and blues, were all like so difficult to get back in the day. But now I can just pop into Michael's and there it is, the exact colors that I need. Every possible color I could possibly want from materials that, you know, someone had to like mine for. Isn't that crazy? Thank you. Let's give a moment for those artists out there. Let's give a moment of gratitude to the people that are mining for the materials that need to go for our pigments, right? Ultramarine, I don't know if that's actually a mined material. but cadmium, I think, is probably mined.
Stinky word.
Cadmium's probably mined. What else is mined? Cobalt blue. I don't use cobalt, but hey, let's be thankful for the miners who give us cobalt. My goodness, all these things that go into
Stop.
go into paint. Like, where do they get the oil? Like the oil, you know? Jeez, all these things. The oil has to get refined or unrefined or whatever you call it. I think this could use just a little bit more red. Is that the Tower of Sauron in the back? All these good ideas. It might just be the Tower of Sauron. I don't know what it is yet. So many great ideas. I could go anywhere with this. We can totally take this and run millions of miles with this concept here. How do we modernize it, right? That is the question. How do we modernize
I know.
an old idea? Maybe Omizu is in this painting somewhere. Omizu? This is Omizu talking to Michael Wilbur. This is Omizu creating Michael Wilbur. The creation of Michael. By the way, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Michael is a really good name. It's like Michael is probably one of because if you name someone I think one of the best names is obviously Leonardo. Like what a great name that captures an age of Renaissance and whatever. But I feel like if you're named Leonardo, it's unless I'm not making fun of people named Leonardo, but it's almost like you're really trying to sound sophisticated. If you're named Leonardo, but if you're named Michael. That's an incredibly awesome classic name. It sounds classical, Renaissance, creative, brilliant. If your parents named you Michael Leonardo, they really love you because those are good names. But it's just Michael just has this kick to it that is modern, but it's also just this classical Renaissance thing. Like Michelangelo, Michael. That's a really good name. It's a really, really good name. This lion needs some color now. Let's give it a golden color. People named Michael have parents that really love them. All right, so let's go with this lion head. We're gonna block in our initial color here. I don't actually know how they would have painted animals back in the day, what colors they would have given them. So I'm just making up some of these colors for now. Just gonna block it in for now and then block in the shape.
Scout attempts to cover his fruit.
What's today?
Scout attempts to cover his fruit.
All right, let's go like this. Michelangelo. More like the creations of the Tower of Babel through the prompting Emmet as the proxy. Making my own. Mizu painted this piece, yes. Mizu. Mizu is the prompter. The prompter and the creator. There we go. So we're gonna go around like this. Give this lion some shape here. Let's give this nice, colorful lion. Go like here. I think Michael's jealous because he wants credit too. Michael, you jealous? You're not jealous, are you? Michaels don't get jealous.
Hey.
Let's find like a nice golden dark brown here. We're gonna go grab our ochre, find our golden dark brown. Just gonna try to find some shadows in here.
Hey, what are you doing to my head?
What is that? What are they doing to your head?
He was
Huh?
leaning over the chair, leaned on my head with his front paws and put all his weight on my head.
Uh-oh.
It's really weird. It didn't hurt, but I could feel his paws a little. Oh.
Step back and enjoy it. Yes, it is very nice. It is a very, very fantastic, wonderful paint. I'm very happy about it. You know what? I think this ground needs to have a look of clay. It needs to be darkened. With some red. A red clay rather than a green. And then ochre, bring in some of our ochre down into here. To capture this like feeling of dirt rather than grass. Let's see how we can actually blend these colors here. Bring out some more of this green here. Just to tighten up some space.
There. Looking good?
You know what? I'm gonna need more green for this. Stepping back to see. Yes, good idea. Good idea. All right. Wow, this is going to be a pretty large painting. This is 20 by 24. So for those of you that need reference, it's not, I think the Mona Lisa is actually, Alexa, what's the size of the Mona Lisa?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the Mona Lisa is 30 inches by 21 inches.
30 by 21.
Not very big. I've seen it.
Huh?
I've seen it. It's not very big.
Yeah, I've heard people say it's not very
The
big.
frame is big.
Huh?
The frame is big.
All right, let's see. How do we make? What do we make of some of this? Let me go. I take some of these blues, mix it in with our black green. Let's just find some shadow areas, like right here. There's supposed to be something here. Oh no, my battery's getting low. Oh, this is a good shadow color, actually. Let me build our ultramarine with our like black green, and we're gonna use this for a shadow color. And I want to establish some of the darker shadows here. Let's go right into here. And then we're gonna go to the shoulder. And then we can use the same shadows for our figure here. And here we go. I guess God wears white, right? He's always depicted wearing white. How would this artist have depicted him? Red's a good color. Red, the color of blood. That's a good interpretation of this. So that's what we're gonna go with. Color of blood. And let's tighten up some of this cape area. We still need to get his hair. So let's figure out the shape of the face a little bit better. How do you want to sketch out the face here? Actually, you know what? Let's get the rest of this blue off of this brush here. We're gonna go around the snake. Get the bottom of the snake in shadow. It's gonna be a big snake. Definitely need to add some sandstorm. Oh my goodness. You artists are so wacky. Wacky ideas. Wacky but brilliant. I mean, does it not look like it's a sandstorm? It kind of looks like a sandstorm already. No? Does it not look like a sandstorm? Let me clean this off. Clean off this brush. And I want to use some of the shadow color to sketch out the figures. So let's sketch this out now. Let's see the heads. Let's get this head. We're just gonna go. Right around here, this neck is gonna come up like so. I'm gonna use a different color here. I want to use this color. I'm gonna use this color. This will be a little bit brighter. And let's figure this out. So right along here. I want to say Adam is a little too close to God in this sketch, but you know we can figure out how to give him some distance later. His head's a little big. But you know, maybe it's better to have, you know, his God's head closer. I don't know. We'll see. As we move this away. Doesn't want to get too close to Adam, right? Why would he? Definitely need to add a sandstorm with it. There's some red back here. There's some red, not that much, but some. All right, let's figure out this hand. So this hand and then this face. The face of God. So we're gonna start his neck right around. Let's figure out his hand here. So his hand is gonna go like this. It's gonna finger right up to his mouth. All right, just building up the sketch of the bodies here, the figures. So this is gonna be just like right here. All right, so we're gonna go like right here for the beard. And there we go. Let's start to lay down some dark colors for hair. get some of the dark color for hair here. I don't actually know what color they typically depict God's hair. Is it white or black? It's like a dark color. Jesus is a brunette, I think, as far as how he's depicted. So let's add some of this highlight, the ochre highlight, maybe yellow. I'm gonna add yellow and then ochre. It's gonna how we're gonna get the basic color of the hair going. No, that's not a good color because it matches the face too much. You want to find like a nice. You know what? Let's keep going with the sketch because let's keep going with the sketch first. This is going to come around like so. I need to take off my headphones before it runs out of battery. Why am I still using a ruler? I got a model stick. Bought it with the gift money from my birthday from Kat. Got a model stick. So come in very handy. And you know what? I should probably start using this red. This red, we're gonna darken the red. We're gonna do purple red as we darken this. We're gonna go for purple red here around the outside edge of this. Any Taylor Swift fans? I like Taylor Swift. She's great. This is a horrible brush for this. I need to use a bigger brush. We're going to go like this. Nice big brush to capture some of the bigger areas of shadow. Let's try to find some paler reds. I want to find a nice pale red here. We'll go for a pale red. This is like a highlight red. So it's definitely like a highlight red that I would add into the super bright areas of the top. And then let's make this white as we can possibly go. Well, you know what? That's not what I actually mean. Sometimes I say things that I don't actually mean. I don't need to go as white as we could possibly go here. Really just want to get a nice bright. Let's see. Let's see, so some shape down here. And we could probably use scarlet around certain other areas, but for now, just want to build up this color. Let's try to find our scarlet or darker scarlet areas. What's up, Pokey? Did you hear that, cat?
No. What happened?
Pookie just went, ah. Pookie, what's up? What's wrong with you? Hmm? Pookie, what's going on in your life that you have to make whiny sounds? Tell me. What's going on, girl? Young lady? Young kitty? What's up? Yeah? You think so? You bored? Not getting the attention you want? What's up? What's going on? Tell me. Rizzler 8782. Honestly, you know, I do not. Can you remind me? You know, I could lie to you and just say, "Oh yeah, you were in that one stream," but honestly, I don't recognize the name Rizzler. You know, did you have a different name? I know some people change their usernames quite a lot. I have a lot of visitors like that. A lot of viewers. Do you know that Abraham Lincoln was born in Kentucky? He's a Kentuckian. Did not know that until yesterday. What, Pookie?
I thought every child knew he was from Kentucky in a log cabin.
Why do you think every child knew that?
That's what they teach you in school, elementary school.
They teach you that he's from Kentucky?
Yeah, they do.
Why would they? I feel like, I don't know.
I don't know why it's important.
Huh?
They're trying to teach you that he had very humble beginnings and that if he could become president, anyone could.
Ah. Try to find some purples here. I'm gonna find a purple for our shadow here. I'm gonna go
How much longer are you gonna paint?
maybe an hour or two. Why?
So I was gonna put on the Electric State.
The what?
Electric State.
What's that?
#1 in movies today on Netflix.
Well, you put it on.
Okay. After a war between humans and machines, robots lost their freedom, people lost themselves in tech, and Michelle lost everyone she loved. Or did she? It's Millie Bobby Brown, Chris Pratt.
Oh yeah, that movie. That sounds good.
Juan.
Did you eat dinner already?
Oh, I see. The other burrito.
Oh.
Piece of pizza.
If you want to heat it up, I got the Chinese dumplings the other day,
Oh.
or the Chinese rice dumplings.
Okay. I saw those. Yeah, maybe in a while. I just ate the burritos.
Whew, it's a lot of painting to do, but I think it's coming along. A lot of painting to do, but I still have yet to find just the right brush to take care of some of these spaces. Let's work with this brush a little bit. I'm gonna go tighten up some of the hands here. Too much white. I'm gonna go reduce the tonality of this color. Abdomen, pectoralis area. Oh boy, it's gonna take a while, a very long while. Let's go. Let's enjoy this wonderful process of painting. Bring in a bright yellow onto this snake here. Let's get his hair. Let's get this figure's hair here. Go around dark around the outside, the shadows. And then we can add some highlights on the inside. The white. You know, it is amazing to like see these super detailed paint drawings, because from these drawings you can really start to like, you know, if the drawing is really detailed, you can build so much off of it. You can build off of it. Let's go grab this brush. It's a masterwork. Is it now? Is it really? I need a bigger brush again. This brush is not cutting it. Let's grab a nice chunky filbert. And we're gonna go. It's a masterwork based on a masterwork. Oh, so much credit. My goodness, the masterwork. That's a lot. That's pretty significant, man. Masterwork. Better soon than never, right? Sooner than never. We're gonna go around. Bring down this leg. So much detail in this drawing, though, that you can just come up with. You just paint the whole thing just based on a drawing. How it's just so detailed. It's pretty amazing what this artist did. So for those of you just tuning in, just know that this drawing or this painting that I'm doing is based on a drawing from an artist from 1500. His name is Crispin van den Broeck. So I believe he's a Flemish artist from the 1500s, and he mostly did drawing. He didn't really paint. He didn't really paint that much. So I thought it would be interesting to paint some of his drawings. And you know, it's nice to carry on the efforts of an artist that has long since been gone. I think we all pretty much hope, you know, probably would love for our sketches and things that have stood the test of time to be taken to the next level by some artist 500 years from now. Now let's add a hint of green into the background. This hint of green is going to help us, you know, establish our figure here. Does actually look kind of cool. So I don't know why this leg needs a little bit more of a masculine feel to it. So it needs a little bit of thickness. It's kind of like, this leg's kind of, this was before Adam got a penis. Maybe he's begging to have a penis. He's like, God, can I please have a penis? Sorry, excuse my excuse my whatever I'm saying. Like why is he talking to... So for those of you that don't know, this is Van den Broeck made a series of paintings based on, I believe it's Genesis, the first chapter of the Bible or whatever. The creation of Adam, the creation of Eve, the creation of light. And in this specific one, he's literally, I mean, his arms up towards Jesus, or God, I should say. And he doesn't have anything in between his legs. So maybe that's what he's asking for. That's why I'm saying that, right? That is why I came up with that bit of humor.
Hi.
What's up with this leg right here? This leg? No, it's this leg. It needs to come down. Let's go ahead and add in Jesus's legs, Jesus's feet. Painting it with the green. I mean God, not Jesus, God. Let's get in some of the detail of his hands here. So he's got hands. God has hands, of course. Oh no, I didn't leave enough space for the hand. So actually, fortunately, I can reduce this. I can actually modify this. It will be perfectly fine here. So this makes me think of Paul Klee. Is that his name? Paul Klee? Alexa, what is the first name of Klee, the artist?
I don't know that one.
Alexa, name a painting by the artist Klee. K-L-E-E.
Paul Klee notable painting.
Paul Klee. Paul Klee. Paul Klee. All right, let's get into this full outfit here. We go for a muted red, muted dark red. Let's go like this. So are you playing right now? The movie?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Did you want me to wait? I'll wait.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Just play.
So I could watch something else.
Eventually put into mass production. They became the backbone of the global workforce, doing all the jobs that humans didn't want to do. For years, they never complained about working around the clock. They eventually came to get tired of the lives we assigned them, and that is the lives of their own.
All right, filled in the major area with color.
These acts demand a strong response.
Oh my God, we got Bill Clinton to do
We
this?
are at war with the robot population, and any U.S. citizen harboring a robot will be met with charges of treason.
Anybody harboring a robot?
That's a big robot.
For 2 years, humanity fought. And for 2 years, we lost. Until Ethan Smith stepped up.
right, let's try to get these other animals. So animals are made of, you know, they probably have some dark, deep shadows. So we're probably just going to keep using these like dark browns here to create our shadows. This is a good shadow here. Use this consistent shadow, maybe add a little bit of red to it. And let's get another animal right here. This is an animal. Kid Rock, you said?
Yeah.
Huh? Kid Rock.
Successfully imprisoned over 6,000 defeated robots in Center's exclusion zone. That's the vast physics facility spanning more than 100,000 square miles of the American Southwest.
So the animal figure isn't going to be as important as the human figures. So we're not too focused on the animals. We definitely want to nail these, some of the human figures.
Huh.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Work and play at the same time. That's awesome.
Hey down there. I hear you. Scout. You want to come over here? Scout. Mr. Scout. Come on. You like that, huh? Okay. Little perch.
Those are very H music videos. Klee, Paul Clay. I used to think it was pronounced Paul Klee, but it's actually Clay, huh? Isn't that right? It's Clay? Paul Clay? Yeah, he's a wonderful artist. I love his work. Very expressive, creative. We could all use a little bit more Paul Clay. All experience some good old Paul Clay. So right here, working through some of the shadows. And we're going to go like this. Paul Clay, Paul Clay the Clay, 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 Paul the Clay, 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 Clay. Clay, the clay, 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 clay. Where can we add some more of the shadow? Maybe give a little bit of a hint of this shadow into this field here. I think there's supposed to be an animal somewhere here. We're gonna go a bit of a shadow here. What's up, Pookie? What, Pookie? What's up? What do you have to be sad about, huh? Huh, Pookie? Nothing to be sad about. What's up?
We're good.
Pookie, hello, baby girl.
Meow.
Hello, pretty
Scout.
Pookie. Huh?
It's Scout.
Yeah, Scout's just Pookie.
Up
Baby.
there looking down on all of us.
Pookie, what do you want, Pookie? What do you want, Pookie, from your life? What do you expect out of your life?
Huh.
What are you looking to achieve? What are you looking to accomplish? Do you just want to be a cat forever?
Yes, he wants food and love.
Don't you want
and
more than to just be a cat all day?
I don't think so.
No?
She enjoys being a cat.
Think she enjoys it? I don't know.
It could be better.
Could be better than being a
Needs are
cat.
taken care of. All you do is play and sleep and eat delicious food.
Pookie? Hey, Pookie! Get out of here. You can't be here.
What are you doing? What are you?
She's getting into the paints.
Wanna play? Come here.
All right, let's keep up with these. Actually, you know what? I want to Pookie. Bah.
Come here.
Can you play with her? Yeah, play with it.
Hey, look, we played with this yesterday. You liked it. Yeah. Check it out. Huh? Yeah.
I have somebody in the background here. There we go.
Well, that's nice. Don't hiss at him. You're so rude sometimes, Cookie. Scott wants to play too. Hey, Bird. Yeah, we can all play, right? Free play for cats. Yeah. Free play. All the cats can play. Eva, you wanna play too? Here we go. Playtime, yeah.
Here we go. Building up this color. Really glad that Omizu mentioned the subtractive painting thing because it really helped me to. It was really helpful to help me to visualize this ahead of time without having to sketch everything. You know, because prior I was just kind of like scratching away at the surface and then I would have to like figure out afterwards. But now, you know, reminding me about the subtractive way of painting was really helpful to like. Was really helpful to help me establish some of the things that are happening.
Wow, so strong. You have a grip. Yes, you have a grip.
We're gonna give this guy a blue cape. So let's try to find our blues here. I guess it's called a cape. It's not a cape. It's, what do you call this? Clothes that they're wearing? Dresses?
Tunics.
Tunics.
Not dresses.
I should wear a tunic. I like the idea of wearing a tunic.
Oh.
I look like an ancient Roman. Let's see how we can formulate this animal right here. Let's go try to find some of this dark purple here, this dark blue to create some shape language. This little sheep right here is a little bit too far forward, so we're gonna try to reduce his location here. This would be about right there. There's gonna be a big gray elephant. Nice big elephant that he's pointing at right here. Let's go higher than him. Let me go around the front of the face here. Some of this darkened color. There we go. And I'm constantly looking back because I like to see how this looks from a, I'm not really looking from a distance. I got a bit of a tight space where I'm at, so like looking back at the camera helps me to you know, separate, try to look at this like from a wider view, or from further back. And once I could sketch out some of these animals, it'll be really helpful too. It'll be really helpful once I sketch them out, and I can imagine what it was like to study animals for drawing before we had photos. Like what like you would have to either find dead animals, although I'm sure it was easier to find dead animals back then and just like draw them, but like, you know, you had to find them. Like where would you go? I'm sure the, you know, the butcher, or like who'd you go to find dead animals to study? Or you just had to be able to capture an animal while they were like in their most, you just had to be out and about just watching animals all day long. And then the same animal, and then studying them. So this is just adding in the shadows. So with the shadows, you can start to do so much with just some of the shadows. But bringing in shadows of these animals, you start to like figure out where things go, what they're gonna look like, etc., etc., etc. I say that a lot, I guess. I don't know what the heck that is, so I'm not gonna draw it. But there's an elephant here. Elephant here. Can't tell what else is in the background. It looks like there's a baby animal, maybe. It's the distant baby animal, so I'm just gonna kind of like give an idea of it, but not totally paint it out. And then there's a bunch more animals here faded into this background here. So we're gonna go. Let's just draw these animals here. And the elephant tusk is going to go, actually that we could probably adjust where that animal is. But here's a donkey. A lot of animals, my goodness. I didn't sign up to draw a bunch of animals. All right, let's see. We got a couple animals here. Let's get this cow. I think once we get this cow, we'll have the gist of the animals. We can actually just start to add in the background of everything. What am I looking at? Right here, they got this guy. They got this guy's head right there, which means the cow can pretty much go right here. You know what's interesting is I think back in the day, no one could really judge you that much on like on how you drew your animals, because like who could tell you like that's not how it looks, because they didn't have cameras. So obviously if they just sat there and just like looked at the farm animal and was like, oh, you did this wrong, you know, there wasn't like the same level of of comparison as there is today of what an animal should or shouldn't look like as far as art goes. Alright, so I think I got a majority of this stuff. Let's see, majority of animals. Nope, there's still one more, a couple more animals along the space right here. Got a butt of an animal. Ooh, this is gonna get hard because the light reflects on this side. It's reflecting on the surface, so I have to really like use my discerning eye to figure out what's going on. Can you believe that there's this goat just sitting behind behind a lion? Like, I feel like the goat would be terrified of the lion, just ready for it to like eat the lion. I mean, eat the goat. So building up the figures, people talking, people doing stuff in the background, animals doing their thing, living, being free. Let's grab some light green. Just gonna go into the background here. Let's grab this dark color here. So I'm just using shadows to like figure out some of the space. Is that all we got for animals? Yes, that's all we've got for animals. So what can we do now? We can, oh no, it's like a mysterious little bird back here. I don't even know what kind of bird this is, but barely see it. And let's see, oh, another animal. This would be an animal like right here. There's a little calf right there. And let's add another animal right here. There's the bull, and there's the calf right here. This bird needs a shadow, so we're going to add that in. Oh, and there's a lizard. There's a lizard hidden down here. Frog and a lizard. Oh my goodness. All right, let's get some of this green. Let's see, what type of green? What green would they use in... Alexa, what color of oil paint green would they use in classic painting?
From BobWheeler.com. Classic dark green paint color. Hunter green brings timeless elegance with a contemporary edge.
Alexa off. What was that green? I'm just gonna use phthalo green. I think phthalo green is the answer I'm looking for. Phthalo green. So we're gonna lay down our phthalo green. I think phthalo green is a pretty classic green. And what are we gonna do? Let's clean off this brush, and we're gonna lay down lots and lots of color right now. So let's go clean this brush off. Hey babe, do you want to put the food? Start prepping the food?
Like what? What are you talking about?
The rice dumplings.
Oh!
You gotta steam them, so just do a big pot of water, get it boiling, put something on top that you could dump them in, and we're gonna steam them. So don't pull them out yet. Get the water boiling first, and get ready for them to steam. I don't know how you're gonna do it though. You need to put something in there, not the blue thing, because that'll melt. But you gotta put like the metal, maybe the metal thing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, the round metal thing.
Colander.
Yeah.
We have names.
Alright, so we're gonna grab this white, we're gonna bring it down, we're gonna get some of this phthalo green. And this phthalo green is a bit too like turquoisey, so I wanna, let's see, I wanna make it a little bit more blue. I wanna mix this phthalo. It's a bit too much turquoise. Maybe add some yellow here. There we go, that's a good green. That is one problem that I have, is I don't mix enough of colors that I need. So at some point I'm gonna have to go back into this and, oh, my knuckles. Actually, you know what? I wanted to do little animals here before. I wanted to do a little animal before I started. So a little lizard and a frog. So we're gonna go, so lizard here.
You're not supposed to get wet at all? They don't go in the water?
No, they can, but just the first step is to make sure that it gets boiled first. I don't know what animal this is, but I think it's a lizard. And then we're gonna do this frog. All right, let's do a frog right here. What's up, Pookie? Huh? What do you want? Yeah, is that so? Pookie, what are you standing down there for? Let me get a little bit more of this phthalo green. Add some more yellow to it. Maybe a hint more blue. And then some white. Let me bring this white in there. Actually, you know what? I'll just erase these lizard things. Yeah, the phthalo. Let's bring in more phthalo here. More of the phthalo. Honestly, I don't know how I got this green, but I like this green more than I really like this green. I think this green makes it a little too flat of a painting. This green's gonna look too modern, you know. This green right here, it's gonna look too modern, I think. But we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. There can always be surprises, right? There's always room for surprises. Who doesn't like surprises? Let's go. We're gonna go like this, paint right into the lion's mane here. In Wonderland 3, what's going on? H Music Videos. I don't think H Music Videos is still here, but yes, thank you. It is looking good. I really appreciate you saying that. Keeps me going. Keeps me working. Keeps me going like, oh, my art matters. And I think it's so funny on how, like, on Reddit, when I go on Reddit, people are so worried about, like, how do I get 5,000 followers? I could, you know, like, people are so worried about how do I get thousands of followers. And I get that that's, like, important. But honestly, like, the thing that motivates me isn't, like, you know, the 1,000th follower. It's like, hey, in Wonderland 3 popping in, being like, yo, it's looking good, dude. And then that's what keeps me going. And of course, you know, it is good to have constructive criticism as well, but, you know, yeah. We don't need it. Artists don't need 1,000 followers. If they're worried about 1,000 followers, it's, you know, it's different. They're playing a game that they're not ready for yet. You know, that game isn't for the artist. It's a different game. It is a different game. Oh, this is actually a mountain. There's a mountain up here. Very cool. All right. So let's keep laying down these phthalo. When I say phthalo, that's the color that I'm using here. We're just laying down the phthalo.
Take them out yet?
Take what? When the water starts boiling. Yeah, when the water starts boiling, then you can just dump them in. I mean, you can take them out whenever. It's just, if you wait until the water starts boiling, at least you can just dump them in there instead of waiting, you know? Huh?
I'll just wrap the package.
Let me add some whites into this background here.
Oh, kittens are very curious. Sealed up. Very, very good. Watch out, kitties.
Alright, let's see. How can we adjust and modify this? We're going to go into here. Some of the greens go around.
How many do you want?
Let's just finish all of them.
Guys. Look at that.
Not having a platform?
okay. These are not for you.
Yeah. Not having a platform. Yes, it is freeing. Obviously, ideally, we try to do both, right? We try to have a platform and be able to do the creative work.
Smell good, huh? Does it smell good? Does it smell good? Really interested
The what?
They're really interested in
The food?
what do you call them? Rice dumplings.
The rice dumplings?
Rice dumplings. This one's salted egg rice.
Not having a platform.
How long does it cook for? Or steam for?
I don't know, maybe like 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Let's give it 15 minutes. And I guess as we go into further into the background, we're going to use brighter colors here. So we go. Let's see how this fades into the background here. This kind of background pretty much fades. And I got to remember, like, this is before. You know what's pretty cool about this drawing? So this drawing is technically from the 1500s, but you can already tell that there was some use of perspective, which is pretty amazing. Like, the science of perspective in drawing was not really, it took a while before it really became a thing. It's like it required some math and thinking and things like that. And just to appreciate how an artist was able to figure it out without actually knowing what they were doing. I mean, imagine trying to know color theory before color theory was a theory, right? It's pretty fascinating that people could come up with that. Amazing humans. Humans are incredible.
That didn't feel good. Should I cover it?
Yeah. 100%. When we get into a project that you really can enjoy, you can just go for hours painting. But I'll probably be done soon with this, with the initial part, with the initial setup of this. Want to add some green fields into this background here. Otherwise it looks like it's like the sky kind of like formulates into it, but kind of has a border over there. So I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Let's go like this. And here we go.
Alexa, set timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes, starting now.
We're gonna go find some darker shadows. Let's grab like a shadow color. I'm just gonna go. And it's hard right now because I haven't fully fleshed in these animals yet, so still, I think right now the important thing is just to get in the color. Yeah, it's looking all right. Let's see. Yeah, all right, good. Am I gonna do any more with this big brush? Probably not. I mean, I guess I could. There's like this big round design here. Excuse me. And I think it's supposed to be like the sun and a representation of like a halo or something. So maybe if I was to do that, I would want to have some sort of, some sort of shadow coming around the figure here, our figure, aka, I feel weird saying, oh, aka, who I'm painting is God. I just feel so weird saying that. But obviously this painting is a depiction of the creation of Adam. So I'm pretty sure that this figure is supposed to be an interpretation of God. So if that is controversial to you, I don't know what to say to that. It shouldn't be. It doesn't need to be. Let's find a yellow here. Let's grab a yellow. Let's try to add this yellow highlight around here. Nice little base color. Got some of our base colors now. Let's add some blue. You know what? Let's add some reds into this. Some reds into this. Oh. Just atmosphere, add a little atmosphere. Let's see if we can use some gray to just separate the cloud just a little bit. Create some separation into our environment here. Oh, nope, that's not gonna work. The color's too bright. I'm gonna go. Oops. All right, and you know what? We are gonna take a break, people. Probably come back to this tomorrow. Actually, we'll definitely come back to this tomorrow. So if you want to see the completion of this project, it won't be completed tomorrow, but you know, sometime in this century, I believe we will finish this. Looking good, looking good. Thank you, thank you. You know what I find interesting about this painting is like we all credit, everybody wants to credit Salvador Dali for surrealism. But if you look at like a lot of like classical paintings from like 1500s, 1400s, like there's so much to say about those paintings and how surreal they are. Like this is pretty surreal. I mean, just the idea that there's a depiction of a god in it, that is surreal. Isn't that surreal enough? Like just a god with a bunch of humans and animals just frolicking in a field. Like that's pretty surreal if you ask me. That's very surreal. It's very unlike real life. But I think the biggest thing about surrealism from what I read the other day, one of the major tenets is that you're not supposed to have meaning. Like you know, you're supposed to be a little devoid of meaning. So, you know, this kind of defeats that purpose because there is a story to it. There is the story of the creation of Adam. So I need to wipe these brushes off onto my painting surface. Is he a real person? Huh? It's her
That's
brother.
Her brother.
Oh. It was her brother. I mean, it is now.
Yes. But the robot can have a human heart to it.
Alrighty, happy people. That's a wrap on a night. Nice to get this project
The guy from Everything Everywhere All at Once.
looking good. Does God have clothes? Yes, he has clothes. Maybe it's not God, you know? Maybe it's just a saint or some other figure with this human. Maybe I've been interpreting these paintings all wrong. Maybe it's supposed to signify that, you know, it's human that creates humans. Maybe this artist who drew these had their own interpretation of what the creation of Adam meant. And I've just been totally interpreting these all wrong. But anyway, good call there, Michael.
Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
You have 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on your 15-minute timer.
But that, everybody have a good night. Take care and have a wonderful day.